Right, let's try this again, shall we? How's it going, everyone? So, again, we're going to be working on the night. Yeah, so for whatever reason, the OBS just decided, you know what, we're not going to work properly, so I had to restart my PC. So yeah, we'll be working on the boy. I'm getting an ad when subbed. What? I don't know. I've tried to turn off all of the ads because I don't really care for ads and ad revenue, to be honest. So yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on there.
Hello there.
See, it works. I told you. So, right, probably noticed there's this massive pile of resin tubes here. We have to stick all of these things here onto this boy. So, that's what we'll be doing. 6 hand where it heads and shoulders after sanding. Awesome. And, yeah, Gosu, if I forget to, can you message me after the stream, either through here or on Discord? I want to talk to you about something. I have done a little bit of work off camera just because I was really bored today, but I did put the lids together for the carapace. But yeah, the first thing we need to do is actually tidy up this scroll here. Wait a minute, how many nights are you building? So tonight we'll be building this one, and if we finish building this one, then we have the night which I was painting to finish, which we can work on. And we will also have a Dominus night as well, which isn't for the Heresy. As yeah, it doesn't have rules in the Horus Heresy, but we still have that to build for the big Titan game. And then yeah, we'll also... Thanks Windows for telling me Java's out of date. And then yeah, we also need to do some painting because we're repainting my entire Knight household in some new colours. There we go, that's probably better for the camera. Right now we're just removing the flashing from the side. Well, he's marked for War Master. And oh my god, we're already close to a hype train, guys. So everyone who takes part in a hype train, for those who aren't familiar with it on Twitch, you get extra emotes and stuff and special like reactions and things you can add in chat. It is worth taking part in if you have the money to. There we go, it has just become a subscriber thanks to Hamish. Yeah, thank you so much for doing that, Hamish. And Hermit means you get extra access to channels on the Discord server. So make sure your Twitch and your Discord are linked together. And welcome on in. Yeah, remember to thank Hamish. Wait, how far away are we from the hype train? I think it has to be someone else who does it. I don't think one person can cause a hype train. You are indeed, Hamish. You are definitely. There we go. Balrock has just gifted a sub to Bloker. And there we go, hype train. So yeah, if anyone gives any bits or anything right now, then you get access to a special emote. That's basically how the hype trains work. And yeah, thanks guys for the support, even if you're doing it selfishly just to get some emotes. Actually, that's a point. Has my emote been approved yet? $15 hours. Start. Right, I'm going to just quickly step away from the night. I need to see if my emote's been approved yet. So I'm really looking forward to getting it. Also, you may have noticed I actually tidied up my hobby desk a bit. Hey Russ. How many subs you got so far? I'm not sure at the moment, honestly. A lot, but I think everyone in chat except from you is a subscriber at this point. So it's basically a in-app currency, so like a premium currency in the game. Just when you spend bits on a channel, I get it and I can cash it in for money. But then also the guy who makes the app, the like widget, so the soundboard, can also use it as well. Well, get some money out of it as well. Right. Create a dashboard. Why is it still under review? Okay, so we're still stuck waiting. I mean, yeah, if you feel free to spam. You guys are 3% away from level 2, by the way. Oh, there we go. So one there is purely so you can mess with me when I'm playing games like DayZ. I did try to find some like realistic footstep ones as well, but yeah, it's the closest we got. So you can have some fun with that one when I'm playing games. Titan Warhorn when? As soon as I can find a decent soundbite. So I need an MP3 file of it to manually add it. I couldn't find any in the soundboard collection. But soon as we find one, I will put one in. Bits badge tier notification. What even it does that? Okay. That's a new message I've never seen. But yeah, Hell's Reach would be yeah, a good source for it. I just need to have the actual MP3 file for it, or a sound file of it. Yeah, this is probably going to be quite a slow stream when it comes to progress because I have to, with all of these little pistons, I need to fit them in 2 parts and then cut them to size to make sure they actually fit properly. And I have to do this for every leg. Do this on every single leg, on every joint, pretty much. So this is going to be a relatively slow stream. Ah, okay, Barrock, yeah. Like I said yesterday, eventually I'll probably be switching them to, putting some as grape points. Although for now also try to work out just how annoying and how obtrusive they can be. Yeah, it's bits only for now. Hey Phasmatodius. So yeah, if you're feeling particularly generous, now would be an excellent time to try some of the more expensive ones to see how annoying those are. Have to say, been using dark temper army paint as a wash replacement with Null Oil. It works in a very similar to the old formula. It's very disappointing with Null Oil. That's interesting. Yeah, once I start doing things like more like video game related stuff, there'll be redeems like, you know, to come and join in and play the game as well. It won't just be soundboard stuff. And what I probably will end up doing as well is once I get to a point where I can afford to do it and we do giveaways, then I'll almost certainly make those things you can buy with the grapes. So yeah, for playing something like Exterminatus, assuming Space Marine 2 has Exterminatus, then it'll be a reward you can buy with your grapes. Oh yeah, for those interested. This goes on there roughly like that. And then these shoulders. Go on like this on the side. So you've got the first layer. And you have this second layer that goes on top like that. Yeah, thanks for the subscription, Phasmatodius. How many point rewards to get you to... Oh, for God's sake, Ross. It's not going to happen. And yeah, these guys are attached to my Emperor's Children. And yes, I did order Lucius. I'm really looking forward to getting him. That's good. And yeah, is the hype train still going? Hey, thanks for subscribing, Ross. Awesome, we're keeping this whole making sure everyone in chat is a subscriber thing going real strong here. Thank you guys so much. Can't be left out of sub fun. Phrasing. God, that's an awful sprue point in that. Okay. to be careful with that. So yeah, right now I'm just procrastinating having to work on all of the pistons by just tidying up these panels. Well, it needs to be done eventually. And what we'll be doing is making sure not to glue any of these on until we've painted the main chassis. As much time as you can, got it. And I just need something to not stick well and fall apart so I can play with Titanic flutes. And yeah, tidying them up. Mold lines or print lines are the biggest peeve of mini building. Yeah. There's something I wanted to run by you guys with your donations in stream at the moment. Obviously subscriptions don't really add to a bar at the top of the screen. But I was thinking, should we just dedicate the next couple of months worth of donations to adding even more Imperial Knights to scare the rest of Varrock's moderators with? And hey home, I'm doing good. I think chat's doing good. They're having fun playing with the buttons that they have access to make sounds happen on stream. And you going to Valfest? Yes I am. Went to the last one, it was a huge amount of fun. And yeah, I'll be going to this next one as well. And it says I'd say use all your donations on yourself in your stream. Well, that's the thing. It's like this camera you're looking through here for this setup. The green screen I use, the camera I use for when I'm doing games and doing our just chatting stuff. All of that was funded by you guys and your incredible support. So now I've been putting it to good use, not just buying knights. Just ignore this. But yeah, it was basically Hamish who bought this knight for me. And yeah, and for that, as like they're basically permanently indebted to him. And how many fish and chips have you purchased with donations? Only about one time. And then on Friday, I had peri peri chicken, so technically only once I spent your money on fish and chips. It was really good chicken though. Then he had something weird using Varrock's hammer or something. I didn't buy anything weird. I bought the green screen, mostly using his affiliate link just to remind him to buy one himself. And also some fresh bottles of Micro Soul and Micro Set, which are used for decals. So once we get on to revisiting the first night we built on stream, now I can put the decals on with the cat decals. Well, I say cat decals. The lion decals. We have golden ones and white ones. I'll be putting on the knight. And then also to save me painting hazard stripes, we have some hazard stripe decals to put on it. And then we also have some scriptures as well to put on the knight as well, because you guys suggested that would be a good idea on the black panels. Yeah, I build it all, so you don't have to. I see this theme, Balrog. But yeah, so yeah, once we've built the knights, and we can. So basically, the plan is to paint all of the knights up to a point where I can start throwing the decals on, and then just do a nice big stream out of making putting the decals on. Because yeah, we remember this guy has to be painted partially pink as well, so we'll have that fun. And red bear decals are sick to be fair for white scriptures, and pauldrons always look good. Yeah. And yeah, in case you forgot how this guy's posed, it's like this. So he's walking forward, gun aimed forwards. I don't know. Somehow I think this Night Sword might win. Looks like a Star Wars walk without its head. I suppose to a degree, yeah. But then all of them kind of have this weird goofy look. I mean, I can actually fit the head in, which I may as well whilst with. It's actually in properly. There we go. I'll move the light over a bit more. There we go. And Lucas says, damn, sad I'm on holiday for Valfest, would have been cool to hang out. Yeah, well, there's always going to be more events, and depending on how well this channel takes off, and there'll be a Tuppy Fest sooner rather than later, so. Oh, that's a fun question for you. And hey G, how are you doing? Haven't really talked much in a while. Hopefully you're doing okay. So, first dilemma we really have is, do we put the Aquila, the Cog Mechanicum, or this weird symbol here? Not sure how well you can see them on stream. Or do we put the Eye of Horus on this guy? Right, so for all Death Guard force, I'm keeping Mark 6 Marines. For the Alpha Legion force, I plan to in future. And yeah, that's good to hear, G. Actually, what's the point? Wait, hold on. Why am I doing it this way? God, I just realised I can... What was it? Like that? No. Oh, a second. I have to do on the website. Oh, that's really annoying. There we go. You guys get a poll, so you can vote there. And Barak says Cog, and isn't that a prime place for a penis relic? I suppose, yes. And G is recovering from treatment. Hopefully it's going well for you, mate. And Russ. I have had an idea for one of my Chaos Knights, nickname it the Collector, and have him with chains of Primrose heads or some penis relics. Yeah, that could work. Right, I think we can't really avoid it. We're going to have to work on the small fiddly bits, aren't we? Adam says, Knight is looking great, Tuppy. Thanks. yeah, I'm really happy with how this one has turned out, and yeah, yeah, I'm just very thankful for you guys, and you know, whilst I attribute it mostly to Hamish because you know, Hamish was one of the main contributors for that stream. Most of you guys did, you know, contribute towards me having the ability to actually buy this night. So I am very, very thankful to you guys. Let's work out where this goes. Please go here. I'm fairly certain. And thanks for the gift sub, G. And hopefully DB's in chat to thank you for it. Alright, North said, could you paint without an airbrush now, Tuppy? I'd struggle. Yeah, I love having an airbrush. I mean, this is my airbrush setup, but you can actually see the extractor fan here. But yeah, airbrushing just makes worlds so much easier. And Hamish says, House Popeye calls for aid. Should we answer the call? I will march with you regardless of what side we're fighting on. So if you wish for us to be walking with the gods rather than the mods, then so be it. I got a feeling at this rate I'm probably not going to be a mod forever on Harak streams. And Bloke says, no, Hamish, he has 6 warlords, 3 reavers, and 8 warhounds. Yeah, but you can't bring all of them. Right, I need to find the instructions for this Titan again. Well, Knight. I mean, this is basically a Titan, right? Yeah, you guys remember the size comparison between this and the Dominus Knight? You know, the big plastic one? It's a bit tilted for you. So, yeah. He is a very, very, very big knight. Yeah, this is one of the Forge World Knights. Ordo Sinister is the Psycho house. Legio Mortis were the first traitor. Legio. Where my phone started playing Varek's video from today. How do I command a Titan and play the Horus Heresy Apocalypse game? I did not think this through. Well, to be honest, my plan was to just dump my knights on the Titan table and then just go back to playing Heresy, to be honest. House Devine, what do you think of them? They're a fun house. Honestly, typically speaking, I've always been more of a loyalist Imperial Knight House person, and also specifically Questor Imperialis. And here's a I am salty I can't spam all rerolls on free executioner tanks anymore. Yeah. Basically. And if I can convince Tuppy to print me that Titan head, mine could play dress up as a side item. Oh god. You know, that makes me want to do it even less now, because I think I made it quite clear my opinion on Psychic Titans. I got a feeling I need to go and get some boiling water. Just trying to double check, find the instructions again. I did have them saved on my phone. It's still period. No. Right, where do these go? So I know about those pistons. For goodness sake. Right, I need to go and boil the kettle to get some boiling water, because yeah, I do need to put these in there, and those aren't going to go in there naturally without me boiling them. So yeah, tutorial on how to oh no, it's just because of how poseable this knight is. It's not mono pose like the plastic knights, and I should have thought about this, to be fair. It's more on me for trying to make a pose which is different. So I'll go and put the kettle on. Should I leave you with this or the duck animation? Hey Hex, how you doing? And wow, 75% of you decided the cog is what we're going for. Okay then. Cool. Okay, right, so do you want the duck animation, or do you want me to just leave you with the knight on screen whilst I go and sort out some boiling water? And yeah, we do also need to straighten the blade a bit as well. Knight is good. So no questing duck then. Resin haunts me in my nightmares. Yeah, resin's fine to work with. Okay, well, I'll go and get some boiling water then. You guys enjoy looking at the night. You really... Look, you're not going to get any flack from me for what you do on Friday nights. I can respect it, okay? Right, well, I'm back whilst your kettle boils. Then a whole different kind of streaming platform for that, and North... Oh. Do I call you North or Bloker? I'm not sure. I feel like Bloker makes more sense, but anyway, Tuppy, hot tub stream when? When I've run out of options. Yeah, and Baroque makes an excellent point. Some of these parts are about to go in a hot tub, so good enough for you guys, right? Tidying up parts, trimming off the screw. This Vindicator kit is small, at least compared to the Spartan I just built. Yeah, they are quite small, aren't they? And quite simple. And Bloker asks, anyone buying Voten? I have a lot of opinions on the Voten, none of which I think the people who are interested in Voten would want to hear. Oh, where does it look snap? That's worrying. Okay. No, I will never collect Voten. I mean, for a start, this is a Horus Heresy channel, so yeah, good luck with that one. And yeah, Night Lords are significantly cooler. They're trying to be cool. I don't need to try. Were squats around? Yeah, squats were. The squats are the reason Mark III armor existed in the original lore, as it was when the Imperium was trying to bring the squats into compliance, and they started having to go down into the tunnels and discovered what mining lasers can do to an Astartes for the first time, that they realised they needed to up armor Space Marines. So Space Marines in the field started to adapt their Mark II armor, to have additional armor platings on the front, and that's how Mark III was born. So you can do squats on your 30k only channel. Yeah, well, this thing, squats for Necromunda, yeah, I'll do happily. Squats as an Imperial Army force, absolutely. The Leagues of Voten, no. I will not do Leagues of Voten. Because the Leagues weren't around. Squats were. Right. I just heard the kettle, so this time, I just dropped my phone. Now you can have the duck animation. Right, a cup of hot water has now been acquired. I think we should be able to mash the Dimos Rhino and Vindy kits together. Dimensions of the Rhino parts seem to be identical. Awesome. Because yeah, you could always then just turn the Vindicator Rhino body into one for just a regular Rhino. You know, I'm just going to drop it in. Where'd the other one go? Oh, and this one up. And we can dunk the sword in as well. Barrock says, "You done much conversion? What's your best result?" I convert a lot of things, to be honest. We did a stream, well, a couple of streams, converting some 40k minis into characters for the Death Guard, well, our channel's Death Guard army. So this is a kit bash of the medic model that we put together to be our siege breaker, using bits from a Mark III kit, Khorne Berserker kit, the crew from the new Horus Heresy vehicles, and a, well, 3D printed power scythe and shoulder pads. And then for my Pro Tour, I wanted something that's a bit more action posed. So, yeah, we made him actually handling his scythe as if he's actually using it as a weapon. This was the banner bearer for the plague for the Death Guard in 40k. And what we did also is we used some mini putt to fill in some of the craters and stuff. And we also cut and shaved away the Nurgle corruption on his leg as well, and restored it to being regular Mark III. Almost all of my stuff ends up being kit bashed or converted. Here's my old Mantis Warriors captain that I painted years ago now. So made with Mark III Marine and a plastic jump pack. Of course, lots and lots of weathering to be dirty, and an attempt to dry brush some open source lighting onto him as well. Well, directional lighting from the sword. And also, you know, the metal hand and the Deathwatch arm as well. To really love a model. And a bloke says, "Night, I've drunk far too much wine and now require sleep. Catch you later this week." No worries, bloker. Have a good one. And also, I still need to finish my Emperor's Children army. converted the Axe Praetor to be holding a Phoenix Spear instead. Very simple swap. Obviously it's only base coated for pink and gold at the moment and the silver from the primer. But yeah, you get the idea. I basically only did it for once and never doing it again. And here is my current Lucius proxy. This is a kit bash of a bunch of different kits. And yeah, very happy with how he's turned out. He'll be taking his role as a Praetor or a company champion once I get the Lucius model. Yeah, it's a bit more of a like a pinky purple wine colour than red, but yeah. You can see where people get that idea from. It's again based off the old artwork for the Emperor's Children, where they wear a more pinky purple metallic colour. And for my Alpha Legion army, what we did is I took some Mark IV Marines and kit bashed the Scout Marine sniper rifles onto them. And yes, they are wearing mostly purple, but you can see where the paint is chipping away to show the Alpha Legion colours underneath. As I used to run my Alpha Legion and Emperor's Children as part of a Shattered Legions force, using the Headhunter Kill Team Rite of War, and yeah, mixed Alpha Legion and Emperor's Children together. So all the Alpha Legion units are painted up as Emperor's Children, but their paint's fading away to reveal that they're actually Alpha Legion underneath. I did that for a few models. And this guy even has a folding stock and a sniper rifle as he's getting into position. Yeah, basically the idea is the Alpha Legion have infiltrated the Emperor's Children army and are guiding it and manipulating it and its leader to actually pursue a more effective and capable role during the heresy than what they are currently going for. Alpha Legion have been put to the side for a while whilst I worked with my Emperor's Children, and now the Death Guard army for the channel. And yeah, I also need to wait for the Shattered Legion rules to come back, or Black Shield rules. Now top plates of the two rhinos are quite different, yeah. That's where they get you. They make the additional Vindy top plate that sits on top of a bit of a paint. A bit of paint, I'm assuming is what you mean there. To add onto a Deimos. Yeah. Well, even the Deimos pattern Forge World Rhino, Vindicator, is built on the Mars pattern chassis, so. What I'm trying to do here is apply a consistent and even curve throughout the entire blade, because it's easier to put a consistent amount of pressure to, you know, bend it in this direction when I can bend it back in the other direction and keep going. This is such a thick and heavy piece. We kind of need to try and work on making this a straight, well, a single regularly curved line rather than a snake pattern. So I'm still scared of resin, but when I was a kid I'd happily slice up and convert the metal models. In many regards, I think I prefer working with resin to plastic, I mean. Whilst you are so much more dependent on the as in you're very, very bound to the quality of the model you get from whoever it is, but yeah, I quite like it. And hey Aberrant, hi, my internet has been awful, sorry if I randomly disappear, no worries. Today is a lot more of a slower stream as we work on adding all the fiddly detail bits to the night. Well, you're not going to miss too much. And yeah, they are to a degree. Sorry, I keep doing this off camera. We do need to trim this down. Now, unrelated note, but I got myself a replacement for my armor belt. This one didn't survive the Let's See Who Can Do more kills with Phasma in full plate armor weekend competition. No wonder you were soaked. A little bit off of this piston to make it fit, so we'll do that. Together. Really should have done these before the cables, but oh well. I worry about you, Phasma. We've got the Titanic flutes ready. So if there's ever an opportunity for me to drop this, it's now. And how have you found this resin to work with out of interest, apart from that missing piece on the shoulder? Is that encouragement from body needed to go together? Overall pretty good. I'd say in line with what I'd expect from Forge World. Although there are certain instances where you can tell that this is of a different resin, shall we say. So it's like one of the things I'm noticing here is when I'm trying to fix a blade, it's not, well, bending under heat as well as I'd expect a forge world part to bend. I almost went to pick up the resin mug. That would have been interesting. Actually, for purposes of building, so I minimize the amount of breakages, let's just take the carapace off and ferrous it. There we go. Oh no, my stream playback paused when he was answering a question. Is it just me or did he drop the knight on the router? It'd be quite impressive if I dropped the knight on the router, considering the router's in a different room. I don't need to trim. Wow, which is nice. To it. There we go. The feet. And then working out wherever this is from. Which I'm, yeah, like I said, I'm concerned about this because I have no clue where it's from. It looks like it quite clearly snapped from something. So, one of these parts is you need to put the piston in, line up the piston for the lower half, and then with the leg like so. And you need to manually cut these little pistons to size each and every time. This one's thankfully quite easy as it goes under the shield, so what I'm going to do is find the worst looking one of these. It's going to be hidden. The 40k print of the bottom of this metal model is so thick it's not going into the base. I miss metal models. Oh yeah, the whole nightmare of trying to shave the names and stuff off of them. God, I do not miss that about my Australian army. Good God, that was a nightmare. Oh, and then shaving too much, so it wouldn't actually like sit properly in the base as well. That's 1 of 8 done, and that's probably the easiest one. Upgrade the activator. This is going to get painful real quick. Sorry, Tuppy, I missed your response to how you found kit to build. Yeah. It's going together exactly like how I'd expect a Forge World night to go together. Just certain things like the resin doesn't bend as well as I'd expect it to. So, for example, this one we're going to need to cut. That. Oh, there we go. This one's going to be painful. Back of the leg. Right, Vindicator, you're going to have to prop the knight up here. So it's resin water. Right. This one's going to have to be incredibly short. Shortest length. This would be really awkward. God. I might need this piston to be shorter than it actually can be. Yeah. Oh, God. You're waiting for your Titanic flute moment. Here you go. God, this is going to be so awkward to line up now. Yeah, the correct way to fix this would be to, you know, repose the leg properly. But, yeah. We're too far gone at this point. I'm just gonna have to try and deal with it somehow. God. This is why you... Oh, did you not notice it made me jump as well, chat? Even now it's too long. Oh my god. Blue and there. Okay, too short. That's going to be a leap up job. If I can kind of pad it out here. Bits like, you know what, I think I might be able to rescue this. I'm gonna have to try and work on this camera a second. It's such a beautiful melody, yeah, and if it's any consolidation, Tuppy, I've learnt to pose my legs with the pistons dry fitted to make sure to avoid this problem, so thank you. Yeah, well, this channel and these streams are meant to be about learning. I mean, preferably you guys learning from me, and not me learning. But, yeah, there we go. Let's pretend that never happened. I think it looks fine. Right, last one on this leg. This is on the piston's meant to go the other way around, isn't it? That goes in there and then that there, so I need to take it off a little bit. That. Perfect first time, awesome. You know, something I was thinking about earlier is I'm really surprised that Games Workshop hasn't put any real effort into making a Game of Thrones style book series based on Imperial Knights. Considering there are multiple night houses which share worlds. It's like my homebrew Imperial Knight stuff isn't a one-off thing. The inspiration for multiple night houses on a single world comes from Games Workshop themselves, with the King's Blade and Knight's Blade Black Library novels. So, right. But this is the thing that sucks about those pistons. You just kind of cover them up with armor. So for most part, this paint is completely pointless. It's like the most damaged one. Actually, a good point. That's why I mentioned House Davina earlier. We had a very... Yeah, because there's a lot of Imperial Knight houses on minor Knight worlds. That's what they're called if they're not ruled by a single ruler. I'm just surprised they haven't turned it into a full, like, a Song of Ice and Fire kind of story. Oh my god, this one's also going to be the same kind of nonsense. Forge World, why? Why must this be a thing? This one back as well. I don't even know why I'm doing this one, you won't be able to see it. Yeah, what are you guys working on whilst I'm suffering hands of pistons? I know Hamish is working on Vindicator and a Rhino, I'm going to assume. Guys, I'm trying to make a Venom Crawler look like a bat crawling across the floor. Post some work in progress pics on Discord under 40k. Awesome. I'll definitely give that a look in a minute. And Horde of Metal and Greys getting the final stages done before priming. Cool. Remember, Wolf, you cannot rush perfection. I do absolutely love that this knight just has a massive bin of ammunition just strapped to the back of it, which a belt feeds into its gun. Baroque, just remember that better can end up being just more improvement. The most important thing is you're happy with them. Yep, absolutely. And yeah. I just realised where the other pistons need to go. Wait, no, there are already pistons there. What? I do hear the pistons need to go. So I've got this one last one here, but there's still 3 left. I'm really confused. I thought that we needed to do these ones. But we don't. Where else needs piston? Yeah, they're all the same length is the confusing part. Yeah, I'm going to assume it's in case you mess up, because I really can't see any other positions where you'd put Pistons. Oh, maybe it's something the other knights would have had. You know, the I can't remember what they're called now. But the other knights. The Atropos and the Lancer. Well, the Flahirian is the Flahiron. I'm not sure how to pronounce its name. Comes on a completely different chassis. I would love to buy one at some point as well. But obviously they are quite expensive. Right, that's all pistons done now. Right, I'm just having a quick look over the instructions. See if I can work out where those cables have come from. There is a chance they're from something else. Ah, they snapped off the gun. Ah, there's cables here. Okay. I made a terrible mistake for that bits board because it means I can't see. Oh god, who did what? Daysav, welcome on board, thanks for a follow. I've made a terrible mistake and I've made the follow sound a sound you can actually redeem with bits, so sorry for the delay welcoming you in, but yeah, welcome on board. I'm building a Forge World Knight and regretting some decisions. It's a cute sound at least. Oh, thanks. And yeah. Welcome on in. Yeah, unfortunately our knight got a bit damaged in transit, so I only just realised now, and we're trying to fix the damage. But looks like it'll be good, isn't it? I had a few things break during my move. Oh, that sucks. Right, I think I'm just gonna have a quick double look over the instructions, but I think that's all of the structure built. So feet, yep. Okay, so that should be the knight theoretically built. Obviously we still need to attach the sword. Eventually. Oh yeah, I keep a huge roll of different grits of sandpaper around, just so I have the right thing for the task. And yeah, so I do a lot of work with resin stuff and hopefully some metal stuff soon. But we'll get on to that once that happens. But yeah, what I'm going to be doing, because obviously I need to be able to transport this knight around, is we're going to magnetize this knight's arm. Which will happen at a later date, unfortunately. Won't be able to do it tonight because I need to get a drill, because I have to drill into these lumps of resin, and the pin vise won't do. So I have to hold off on actually assembling this, but yeah. What I'll do is, because I want this to be in a fixed position and not being able to move around, we'll be using 2 of the 5mm magnets I have. So 5mm by 2mm thick. And thanks for the donation, Balrock. Not sure why it hasn't given us a notification in chat, but thank you so much for that. At least the on-screen notifications are working. And yeah, let's get that goal going. So the Ko-fi goal at the moment, all the donations will be going towards getting better hobby equipment so I can do more capable stuff, and that donation there will probably go straight towards buying a Dremel, I think, actually, because you can put drill bits on the Dremel, can't you? So we'll get one of those. It'll make working on stuff like this a bit easier. And yeah, let's use some blue tack and let's actually put this knight together, shall we? Because I'm sure you guys are just as excited as I am to see how it looks once assembled. Oh, the mighty blue tack, absolutely. Hobbyist's best friend. Is hobbying even worth it without blue tack? And I've got a feeling that arm's going to fall at any given moment. I did have the common sense to refit these. Make sure they did actually go together. That would have been incredibly awkward if they didn't work. What other stuff Black Tack ever used? Yeah? I get what you mean. I've never heard of that before. There's goes Yarn. It's gonna keep falling off. Window seals and stuff. I think that's just silicon, isn't it? Space. Oh, there we go, chat. Cerastus Knight Castigator. And yeah, this is by far one of my favourite knight designs. And there goes the sword again. That sword is really heavy, which is why I'll be using multiple magnets. And do I know the colour scheme we'll be going for? Well, so, as this knight was bought for me by chat, I have to paint the heraldry on it pink. So, this here, this pauldron here is going to be pink, elements of its face are going to be pink, and the inside of this leg here is going to be pink. Otherwise, the rest of it's going to be black and white. Is we'll bring our little friend, the knight we've been working on over a few other streams down, because well, we will work on this guy a bit more soon, but just as a quick reminder of the colour scheme. It's going to be basically pastel pink. So yeah, this knight has a gold and black heraldry on it. So this area here would be pink on this guy. Yeah, the black and white will be different patterns on each knight. This guy, being one of the more senior knights, is going to be mostly white. And on the back of the pauldrons and the inner sides of the thigh armor is red, because these guys are aligned for Mechanicum. And yeah, we're trying to make sure that every knight has a very, very bright identifying heraldry. So this one being from the fictional knight House Cerastus, he has a gold heraldry. This guy has a pink heraldry, so it doesn't actually line up with any of the fictional knight houses I came up with, so we'll have to be creative. So what I'm going to quickly do is zoom in, hopefully the colour correction, there we go. Right, we have one more thing we need to actually build on this model. Do you try and shade white? I have nightmares from trying to paint some white scars. Yes. The new shades are really good for it. We haven't got around to doing any of the shading on the white on the knights, because we'll be doing with oil paints and filters. So once we get there, I'll have a nice big stream showing off how you do that. As we'll be trying to do all the knights roughly at the same time. Where has the cog gone? Got so many little bits of resin. Yeah, is this knight called Prince Adam? No. Being from a minor house to wear a pink heraldry would definitely not make them a prince of any kind. And before you try and explain, I know the reference. But yeah, I'm a little confused where the cog has gone. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be one of my streams at this point if we didn't have, you know, an essential part to the model go for a walk, right? Because we have all of our hobbying tools. And naturally it would be a part of the model. Use a magnet. Wolf says I'm calling it Prince Adam. And use a magnet on a stick to find it. Somehow I don't think magnet on a stick is going to work here. What might work is an obscenely bright light though. There are some places it could have potentially got to. Wait, hold on a second. Guys, we might actually be in luck. Looking at it, the plastic versions are actually in fact the same size. I can come over to my Imperial Night Sprue that I have from building the Golden Knight. And we can borrow the Cog Mechanicum off of that. Well, the sad thing is, these plastic ones are actually higher detailed. You'll find it after you stop looking. Yeah, probably. In fact, I don't even need to shave it down, it just fits on. Hello, Charismatic Canine, how you doing? That's pretty good timing. Almost nailed it. I'm still gonna have a quick sift through all of the resin debris. I found the sounds. Oh god. Well, have fun with them. Try not to wind me up too much, otherwise they will disappear. Yeah, I am incredibly confused as to how it could have disappeared. Oh yeah, and also these knights have a very, very fancy crotch banner as well. There you go. Which sits there. You get even more behind the scenes look. But yeah, there we go. To be honest, I'm quite happy with the quality of the plastic one. It is significantly better than the look under my feet. Actually, yeah, that is a good shout. It could have fallen. There's a custodian's head on the floor. Not cold like anything. Now what we'll do is we'll just stick with this one. Wait, hang on, how big is that model? Well, that's a rhino. But what I'll do is, because I've been working off camera on a Dominus Knight, you know, the big plastic one from Games Workshop, and I love doing this just because of how ridiculous the size scaling is. So this is the big Games Workshop Knight. You know, the one with the turrets on top. That's this one. And that's, you know, this one's standing upright, this one's walking. How does the Castigator shape up to my Warhound? I do that, so you can see his legs are actually quite posed because he's walking forwards. To my Warhound, well, the Warhound still needs to be built. So, for you guys who don't know, I really like the old Lucius pattern Warhounds. I think they look absolutely beautiful, and it's a tragedy that they never got put into proper production. So, with the help of a 3D printer, I've been putting together a Warhound Titan. So this is just the upper body of the Warhound. It stands roughly there, I think. And yeah, I still need to finish printing the rest of it. It's one hell of a project. Oh yeah, talking about Titans, Hamish. How's your Nemesis Warbringer coming along? The box is closer to me. So yeah, this is as much as I have of the Warhound printed off. So yeah, it is big. Yeah, it has all the trimmings like the Aquila and stuff. Oh yeah, it's heavy as well. Even though, you know, it's like this is a 3D print, you know, I can drill holes. This is hollowed out, by the way. This is still quite heavy. Yeah, just this section here is heavier than the Cerastus Knight. Oh yeah, I like big stompy robots, which is basically the theme of this channel, to be honest. It's big stompy robots and Horus Heresy Space Marines. The comparison I haven't done yet. How's Twitch been so far, Tuppy? It's been wonderful. I really like Twitch. I know some people give it the flack, but they're just haters. So, Castigator versus a Mad Cat from Battletech. I had quite a few comments on YouTube on the Oil Washers stream. About where I actually got this from, because so many people are surprised I have one in Warhammer scale. So, a thing to remember about this mech is this is a small mech. This is like probably the smallest of the heavy class of mechs. And with its missile pods, it does stand slightly taller than Castigator. And its firepower is vastly superior as well to a knight. Window effects, thanks. And oh, sorry about my camera. This is the smallest mech in Battletech. The Flea in Warhammer scale. This is the lightest of the light mechs. Hextread Knights are awesome, can't figure out how I'd fit one into Wordbearer's army. And they quest, they go on crusades, you know. Quest or Imperialis Knights are knights who recognize the God Emperor as their god. When the whole Questoris Imperialis pledge became a thing is unknown, so you could quite easily just have Religious Crusader Knights as part of your Wordbearer's army. It'd be quite easy to do. So yeah, smallest mech, second largest Titan. Second largest Knight, smallest Battletech mech. And if you were thinking of getting one of these massive knights, there is a version which comes with a giant flamer, which would probably be more up your alley with word bearers, rather than this one with its giant sword. Giant sword. If Heretic, how'd that go? Just say they were on Monarchia when the Ultramarines. Well, the word bearers flipped real quick from the Emperor is a god to praising the Chaos Gods. The Imperial Knights attached to him don't exactly have to have a different outlook. You know, if they firmly believe that the Emperor is a god who came and saved their Night World, and then they were told, no, he's not a god, he's just a really naughty boy, then they'd probably get quite upset about that. And then when religion did present itself like it did to the word bearers through chaos, then, you know, there you go, you got your same segue in. And Wolf says, can you say that again, Tuppy? Battletech mechs are nothing compared to Titans? No? What? In a straight-up fight, weight class for weight class, so you know, Halverins and Armigers versus light mechs, Knights, regular Knights, Equestoris Knights versus medium mechs, and heavy mechs versus Cerastus mechs, the Battletech mechs would win. They're significantly faster, significantly better armoured, have significantly better weapons, and most of them can fly. Yeah, but Titan Foghorn go brrrr. Yeah, but you can also have the Foghorn on mechs as well. I run one on my smallest mech in MechWarrior Online. Yeah, it was like with everything, 40k wins overall because in the Battletech universe, I'm going to point up to where the Mad Cat is. Their territory of space is significantly smaller and mechs are produced significantly less. Because of that, whereas in 40k, you know, a Night House can be anything of up to 500 knights. And that's just a Night House, and the Imperial Mankind spans across the entire Milky Way. The Inner Sphere, the territory controlled by humanity in Battletech, doesn't. So yeah, 40k would still win outright, but in a peer-to-peer fight, Battletech would win. And wouldn't beat an Imperator Titan. No. But if you brought the same tonnage of Battletech mechs, in equivalent to an Imperator Titan, my money would be on the Battletech mechs again. Just to explain the Battletech stuff, right? Here, in Warhammer scale, is the single worst mech in the Battletech universe. This is the Urban Mech. A mech which no one can take seriously because it's capped to a 30 miles an hour speed limit to match the traffic in cities. And yeah, it's quite shit. It's a very shit mech. However, this here is a burst-firing battle cannon of a larger... Fuck you, Hamish. Anyway, this here is a burst-firing battle cannon, which is significantly better than the battle cannon you find on Imperial Knights. And over here is basically the same laser destroyer you find on the Vindicator tank destroyer. On the worst mech. The worst mech has better firepower than any of the regular Imperial Knights. And look how small it is. Look how tiny it is. It is very small. But it's better than an Imperial Knight. In a straight up fight between this and an Imperial Knight, this would win. And by a margin as well. Oh, also, this thing can fly. It's not been the same since I ripped off its base. There you go on. I had to tear it off its base and to put an armature on its base to play test for new force. But yeah, this cute, adorable thing would win in a fight against Matt. I'm actually kind of tempted to start writing up rules for the Battletech mechs for the Horus Heresy. So this would be armor value 14 all around, it would have a movement characteristic of 6 inches. This would be rapid fire battle cannon that the Imperial Knights have. It would be rapid fire 5, so it fires 5 shots instead of 2. And this is a Magna Laser Destroyer, the same thing a Castus Knight for Heron has. But it would also be able to jump 18 inches with its jump packs. It'll be weapon skill 2 and only have 1 or 2 attacks because of its feet, but yeah, that would basically be how you run it rules wise. And it'd probably cost like 500 points. Let's glue the symbol into place so I can actually say this knight is done. We don't need more Blood Angel jetpack dreadnoughts, yeah, true. And Aberrant said, Tuppy, I swear you've made me consider buying a Knight instead of the Age of Darkness box. One of us. One of us. No, in all seriousness, if you want to play Horus Heresy, Knights are not a good option. They suck. But yeah, that is our Cerastus, the channels. Cerastus Knight. Castigator built and done. Well, as far as you can build before you start painting anyway. Oh no, hang on a second. Wait, no. Wait, I've had what you have installed this whole time. How did you not know? So I've been thinking about something Battletech related, guys. Would you guys be interested in watching me play the Battletech strategy tabletop? Well, not a tabletop game, but the Battletech strategy game. So the strategy game is called Battletech, and it plays a lot closer to the actual tabletop game. That still takes on the whole aspect of you are running a mercenary group. So you still have to, like, you know, manage your finances and stuff and work on missions to try and, like, build your reputation up and stuff. Only if I can play with Titanic. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of opportunities for stuff like that when things go horrifically wrong. Because, you know, there's always a probability that that one hit will cause catastrophic damage. Like with all vehicle warfare. But one of the things I was thinking of doing was actually, like, allowing you guys to, like, spend your channel points to name some of the characters in the mercenary group that I build up over a campaign after yourselves. So, like, you guys can actually feature in the game, and you guys would then be able to have, like, some of the say over what mechs you pilot and stuff. Right, I think that's the Cerastus Knight built. Not sure what else we should work on. So I don't really want to start the airbrush up as a consideration for my partner and my neighbours. Did you pin this out of interest? No. There's no pinning because all the joints are actually really well done. That has to be one of my favourite stream moments for Titanic flew over me trying to justify battle tech. War Master Hamish is a true emperor. Look, at the end of the day, there's only one true mech which will ever win any fight. And that is the Claymore Roomba. Claymore Roomba is superior to all. Claymore Roomba, that is devilish. I spent far too much effort on this joke. A Boomba. Oh no, oh god. You just cursed me with memories I did not wish to have. Now all I can think of is the Gungans. Barabbas was like, look at the value for these Battletech models, not telling us Battletech is a bloody epic scale. Well, yes and no. So the thing is, right, and please do not tell Bear I've painted up an army in these colours. If you know the faction, you know the faction. But yeah, this here, this is a full army. And then some to a degree as well. You don't really need much more to play BattleTech. This is a relatively large army in BattleTech scale, because it's it is a physically smaller game. And you can just buy this as a box for like $30 at a lot of stores. Tony says good night. Good night. Hope you enjoyed watching the stream, and yeah, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, a thing to remember about this game, BattleTech, is it's a lot more like a board game. Our base is most commonly cities. Can be. It really depends on what environment you're talking about. There's mech fighting happens wherever. I'm probably going to do most of my bases desert themed, as the kind of time period in which I want to base my army around is the Battle of Tuppy, which is a very significant battle in the BattleTech universe, and that happens on a mostly desert planet, so I'll go for a desert theme on mine. So my main army is painted up in this kind of colour scheme. So a white colour scheme. It will show some of the shading and stuff. This is a very, very silly mech. This is a joke mech, basically. But yeah. I prefer to play as Comstar. They are my favourite faction in the BattleTech universe. And they wear all white. Which is also why the Mad Cat is white as well. Yeah, so the damage and stuff, hopefully it will focus a bit better. Come on. Still trying to focus on the feet. I'm concerned about the AI on this. There we go. Oh yeah, this is still a work in progress. This area is closest to being finished. Yeah, BattleTech isn't for everyone. I like my big stompy robots. I'm not too fussed about painting on a smaller scale. So BattleTech is fine for me, and I have this silly side project of 40k scale BattleTech. So, yeah. The end goal for the BattleTech stuff in 40k, by the way, is to make a, well, effectively a Tau army, and use rules for Tau units, and convert them a bit into Horus Heresy rules, and then mix that into an Imperial Cults and Militia army as a very, not competition and, well, rule-breaking army, but as just, as a very, silly thing. So I like the idea that there were, and canonically there were, very technologically advanced worlds which were just destroyed and wiped out and brought into compliance, and you know, forcefully downgraded to match the standards of the Empyrean. Also, I have the Comguard infantry. But the camera will pick up on this. No. You know what we can do for the last little bit of the stream is carry on working with the not Battletech Vindicator. As we've got some tidying up to do. So, the previous stream, I went through and used some Milliput to tidy up all the gaps. So what we need to do now is come in with a knife and start tidying those up. And Aberrant Mind says, I'm going to need to learn to airbrush eventually, aren't I? Probably. You do save a lot of time airbrushing. And to be honest, that's one of the main reasons I use it as well, as Balrog does, and that's to airbrush. So my setup cost around, well, in terms of the actual pump and airbrush, it cost around 100 quid for my setup. So what, 130, 120 US dollars? And whatever currency makes more sense to you. Yeah, in terms of cleaning the airbrush, it's quite straightforward. So, my airbrush is here, it's always on standby. All you need to do is just throw some water through it every now and then, and just make sure, you know, the needle actuate. The outside of my airbrush is quite dirty, that's just not really important. But yeah, as long as the needle can move in and out. And Charismatic Canine, wait, you got affiliate now? That was fast. Yeah, I know. The amount of support and attention I've got is insane. And yeah, I'm really lucky. Yeah, even the like inside here is dirty, but you can see the actual needle itself is clean. But yeah, just make sure you put water through it every time afterwards, and it basically stays clean. If you've ever watched Sharp, the logic for my airbrush is soldiers are dirty, sir. Rifles are clean. And if you get that reference, then yeah, you have incredibly good taste. And yeah, the average views got smashed, yeah. And well, everyone's now quite ham-fisted into watching me on Twitch now as well, as part of being an affiliate you have to stream exclusively to Twitch. So all of the wonderful people from YouTube are now here as well.
Every duck's got his limit, and you scum have pushed me over the line.
Alright, see you, Balrog. Have a good one. And thanks for bits to play that sound. I did have a dangerous thought earlier actually, with my powers granted on to me by being an affiliate and not being tied to YouTube anymore. So some of you will probably remember when I did a stream of me driving around a car at night in Tokyo in a racing simulator. It was a pretty chill night. We were listening to some what's it called? Synthwave music. It was a really nice time. But I realised I can now level it up. I can now take it further because I'm on Twitch and Twitch only. Charismatic Canine says, my favourite military quote comes from fiction is Schlock's Mercenaries, 70 maxims of maximally effective mercenaries, one of which is, regardless of military rank, an ordnance technician at full sprint outranks you. Yeah. But yeah, no, I realised because I'm on Twitch now, I can play copyrighted music, as long as I don't turn it into a VOD, right? We can listen to Eurobeat whilst I drive. And Aaron says, honestly, one of my favourite streams. Awesome. I want to do those more often. And dang, the tolerances on the Dimos pattern are tight. Have to seriously crush your two sides together on the base plate. Thought I was going to break something before it clicked in. Oof, that's not fun. Yeah, someone who studied music copyright, yeah. I studied law as well at college, and copyright law was one of those things that did come up. And, oh god, yeah, it is a mess. With my current, I ended up super gluing critical points and covered the rest of the seams in plastic glue. I'll hold it while it bonds. Yeah. That also works. Stop for fear of breaking, yeah. So yeah, how would you guys feel about a more jokey Eurobeat driving stream. Or would you rather, when I do those kinds of streams, we stick to the synthwave? K9 says, I love it, Wolf says. Oh, sorry, K9 says, that sounds hilariously good, Wolf says, love it. And Hextread said, he did break his contemptor. I'm gonna buy a resin one now, and Albert Mine says, wherever the roads take us. Cool, because there's a bunch of other free roam maps we can try and drive around on. So we can have a lot of fun. And yeah, who have fallen shout. Oh yeah, do you still use my music anywhere? Not really. It's been a long time. I was thinking about actually getting back in touch about it. There's still certain songs of yours which I really like. But yeah, it's just because, like, well, this music we're listening to just kind of suits the atmosphere of the streams I'm going for a bit more at the moment than your music does. Oh yeah, and also, yeah, with the contemptor talk, the resin contemptors are just, well, the same build process as the plastic ones, just with significantly less parts to them. I haven't been at production space for a few years now. If you want to use any songs, get in touch or work something out. Awesome. I'm trying to remember which one of your songs it was I used to use. And yeah, on the flip side, if you ever do get back into making music again and you want somewhere to promote it, then yeah, my streams and my YouTube channel, you can always do something. Yes, it was fantasy. Yeah. Still such a good one. God, that's ages ago. Back when I still used to play World of Tanks. Oh god. Oh god, yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? I think that's still probably one of the luckiest encounters I ever had, meeting you that one time, Charismatic K9. It was just, yeah, stars really aligned for that one, didn't they? No, what I might do is actually listen back through your SoundCloud music and see if there is anything I want to use and then talk to you about it. Because I do really enjoy listening to your music anyway. In fact, I'm fairly sure it's still some of your songs are still synced into my Apple Music. And yeah, I'm really shocked at the growth and support I've had on here since I committed to, you know, doing this hobbying stuff. A lot nicer and significantly less toxic than the World of Tanks community, at the very least. Yeah. Hamish says, damn rear Rhino door won't close now. Oof, that's annoying. For anyone building one, I'd recommend thinning down little plastic bolt things if you want the door to be able to swing open and close. It's a good idea. This one in the back of the Vindicator's glued shut. And oh good lord, I just double checked my SoundCloud Fantasy and the other songs in that EP are going to be 10 years old next year. Oh, you know what we should do? You should do some remastered versions to celebrate the 10-year anniversary. It'd also give you a good excuse to get back into doing some music stuff. And genuinely, I know you did it as a school project, I think, but your version of Rolling in the Deep is still one of my favourite remixes. I want to put my Varrock miniature Salmon Pog in my back. That's a hilarious use for it. Also, I could be handing out toilet paper. Oh my god, yeah, it all comes together. I love how me and Kane are just having this like super like serious, like kind of wholesome talk, and it was just you two being absolute degenerates. Things I absolutely love about Twitch. For pure chaos. Are assault marines able to go in rhinos? Yes, but with the jump packs they become bulky too, so they take up 2 slots. They're rarely ever worth taking in a rhino. You could take the what's it called? The spoiler squads, which are assault marines without the jump packs, and put those in a rhino. Yeah, reminder of what we did to the front of this Vindicator. The front of the hull as well. And what's a gap like on Dimos and Contemptor? Contemptor went together really well. And I haven't built a Deimos pattern yet. And Aberrant, the bullet holes look incredible. They're really easy to do. Trick which I find honestly kind of surprising that people don't do more. I think the funniest juxtaposition I've seen in a chat was one message saying, and I paraphrase here, "Thank you for these streams. It's helped me through a very tough time," and then immediately afterwards, and this is not paraphrasing, a message just said, "Peanut butter is for weebs." Oh, that's amazing. So, Aberrant, did you watch the video in which I did all the bullet holes? Okay, so very quickly, we'll add an extra bullet hole for you. All you need to do is get your knife. The flatter the blade, the bigger the impact will be. So if you've got like a chisel-shaped blade like this will make for very wide impact craters. Like this one here. Not sure if you can see it. Come on, focus. I think this one here was done with that. What we'll do is we'll put in a smaller one here. Right, so what you need to do is you just press your knife in and then just start spinning it. And it will leave you with a nice bullet hole. Like that. And hopefully I can get the camera to focus a bit better. There we go. And to make it smooth and rounded and more like an impact crater, the magic is actually just plastic glue. Ideally super thin plastic glue like this stuff from Tamiya, which I'd highly recommend every hobbyist gets. Hey Gosu. It's going good. We've built the knight. And yeah, all you need to do is just dab some glue into it. What we're going to do is try and get some even SM. Using the brush for the Tamiya glue, dab it in and pull more glue out to soften it, and there you go. That will now, no, I just realised I did it mostly off camera. But now, hopefully you can see from the glossiness of the impact crater, it actually has a bit of a domed shape to it now. And that's it, that's all you do. And Aberrant Mind said that's it. That'll look great when I finally get around to the Death Guard. Yeah, exactly. It's a really, really simple trick. And yeah, it's like, because we're building this Vindicator with the shield in mind, we spend a while of the stream looking at it face on, and then working out where there would be impacts on the tank itself rather than the shield. So we've got some impacts here and quite a lot around the viewport. Although we could probably do some damage to the searchlight at some point as well. Actually, you know what, let's do that now. It would be awesome to make a shattered glass one, but I don't think we'll be getting there. So what we'll do to start off with this one is we'll actually do the same technique, hoping that our knife will slip, which is why I took my hand away. And as stupid and as dangerous as that looked, it has actually left us with a scratch mark down the top and a crater for us to work from for the impact. Yeah, exactly. I do a lot of more scale modeling stuff as well, not just wargaming stuff. Now what we're doing is we're just taking our knife along the scratch we made from letting our knife slip. And we're just going to run it along that area. And yeah, I'd probably glue the shoulder pads on after you've sprayed the rest of the model silver. So now we have our line down the scratch. What we can now do is get the reverse side of the blade, the flat part that isn't sharp, and we can now actually push that back in, and that's going to etch and really push the plastic away, creating a nice dent and ricochet impact. And once we've defined that, what we then need to do is put our knife sideways. So we're actually going to use the shape of our knife to create the dent and the valley. So obviously our knife has a V shape to it. Run that in and widen the V shape out. Obviously focusing more towards the top of the image, and we can use the sharp edge here to help really push that valley out by switching it around each time. And we have ourselves, hopefully that will show, a nice gouge on the top of our searchlight. Okay. What we're going to continue to do is try and help this out a bit more. It would be quite well pronounced. Again, running our sharp side of the blade along the crater. What we're also going to do now at this point is try and emphasize the crater point. So that did go through armor plate. To now brush the area away using a sacrificial brush. I think I packed away my sacrificial brushes. There we go. Make sure there's no plastic lumps in there. And then, like with the crater, we put on the front of it. We are then gently going to put a small amount of plastic glue on the crater. And again, that will smoothen it out and make it look more like a bullet has actually whizzed through without actually, you know, impacting. Well, breaking up and having a full impact. More like a ricochet dent. Is there any cool battle damage or other stuff you can do with a Dremel? I don't see them used much. Well, funnily enough, I did say earlier in the stream that any donations we get tonight would go towards a Dremel. So, time to shamelessly shill. But yeah, if you'd like to see me do a tutorial on how to do damage with a Dremel, donate to me via Ko-fi and we can get to a Dremel sooner rather than later, and I can show you some really cool techniques. To be honest, Wolf, I have no clue. The donation goal is just set at 100, just so it looks nice when on the percentages when people donate. I'll have a quick look now. I can't imagine they're too expensive. I know they do scale very, very expensive. Okay, there's quite a lot for around 30 quid. Anywhere between 30 and 50 quid, so... And there we go, Hamish doing my job for me, and using the using the Ko-fi command to put a link in chat. Is a Dremel just a fancy die grinder? What is a die grinder? I've been out of the construction place for a while. Basically, it looks like they are very similar tools. Just it looks like a Dremel is more for precision work. Yeah, I think what else we can do to this now. I'm gonna try and put some very small dents in. Another trick you can use, obviously be very careful with this one, but if you have some old airbrush needles which are past their prime or damaged or anything, you can heat these up, and again be careful because obviously the whole needle will get very hot. But once it's hot, you will be able to poke holes into the plastic to create damage. And again, be careful, because not only is it very hot, it's very easy to slip and ruin the look, and also there will be fumes produced by the plastic, which are not safe to breathe. But that's also another option potentially. If you're careful and in a well-ventilated space. I love this song, gives a cruising vibe, absolutely. Good memories of that stream. Yeah, it was a really fun stream. And something which I can actually do a lot more now, because one of the reasons why I only really did it once was because obviously trying to push for an affiliate, I have to make sure I always get more than 3 viewers. In order to actually have any chance of becoming an affiliate, and at the time, just doing that actually tank my Twitch viewership numbers. As obviously, you know, I'm a Warhammer channel. I do Warhammer stuffs. But now I don't really have that pressure on, as the metric in which they determine whether or not you stay as an affiliate is how much money you make. So that's the new factor. So I'm now significantly more free to do whatever I want with my streams, even if I will, you know, just stick mostly to hobbying. And Wolf says, I need I used to do stuff like that with necromunda terrain. I kept a candle close by to heat the blade. Yeah. Well, there you go. As long as you do it in a safe, in a. Why do I keep tripping up those words? A well-ventilated space where you won't breathe in the plastic fumes. That's a pretty good way to do it. What's the entire thing to do with a brush? I don't know why it's not popping up in the messages, but thank you very much for the donation. I only was able to read half of that before it disappeared. Hold on. It's outed you. Hamish, it outed you as being the person who bought me the coffee. Thank you so much for that donation, and yeah, I will buy a Dremel as soon as I can. Tuppy, please can you explain the virtues of Battletech to us once more? You're just going to play the flute. I know you. It's what you're going to do. For fuck's sake. God's sake, Hamish. Why? Like, I get that it's funny, but why? Why do something which is so obvious you're going to do? For the sake of throwing money at me, why? You also don't even know how much. I kind of just chose random numbers based off. You know, you could have played something like the Duck Song or DuckTales or Coffin Dance or something, right? But there's other options than just for flutes. One gun barrel done, almost. Okay, that's another question for you guys actually. So we've got a heavy support option for the Death Guard. Are there any other vehicles you want to see? Because obviously we have the Contemptor as well. So we have our elite, we have our heavy support, we have our two characters. And whilst I know I need to get back to painting them, just been working on building stuff. But our Death Guard, our Tactical Marines. Obviously, but they still need a lot of work. Legion Arcator with Morbus, Bombard, Scratch Built Mastodon. One of these things sounds significantly more realistic than the other, and it's kind of weird that two of you said the same thing at the same time. Which does raise a question: how much are the Bombards? And Forge World too much. Yeah, well, I'm not too shy from going third party, let's say. Saying I said you could, but I've seen people run the Games Workshop one as a Bombard. I personally don't like doing that, or like the idea of doing that. So I probably wouldn't. I'd probably, go for let's say a second-hand Bombard. That's what I mean. This is may or may not be Forge World. So yeah. And yeah, I wish it was cheaper too, because it is a really cool vehicle. The Typhon Siege Tank. What's that? Oh no, I know what you're talking about. What model would that be? Typhon Siege Tank. Oh right, no, Typhon. Yeah, as soon as we get a plastic version of the Typhon, I'll buy one and do that up. In fact, is there a conversion kit for Spartan? I haven't checked, to be honest. Sources, no. most of the Typhons that people have put together, and Cerberus models have been like yeeted from all the ones which I'm aware of have been removed from the ability to be downloaded. Have 3D printed any tanks? Obviously not Games Workshop. I mean, I do have a couple of fun looking vehicles which are 3D printed and still need to finish painting. On a side note, so I have this little tank here. All I've really done is just put a rust wash over it just to add some kind of detail to it. This is the equivalent of a Chimera, of a Hellhound, which I really like. Yeah, I still need to actually paint this one up. But I absolutely love this vehicle. It absolutely looks like it belongs in a Forge World army list. And yeah, I use it as a proxy for a Hellhound. And also have a main battle tank version of it as well, which again, really need to focus on finishing painting. Yeah, based off the same chassis design, it's a bit thicker and space for turrets. Well, for sponsons. Let's grab both a second. Too much clutter on my desk now. It's quite a bit smaller. But yeah, I really like this tank. It's a fun tank, based off the Aurochs. And this has just a subtle wash of some rust effect on it just to give it some texture, whilst I worked out how I was actually going to paint it. You can kind of see if you catch the off angles. Alright, figured out a game plan. I'm going to airbrush his Maxic shoulder separate and just use masking putty on shoulder. Yeah. What's the go with Nemesis Bolters? Why are they such a popular weapons choice? So this edition, leadership is important. Leadership is one of the most important things to this edition, as if you fail a leadership check, you're running, which means you cannot make any reactions. And reactions are so integral to how Heresy plays now. So the Nemesis Bolters are sniper bolters that allow you to make precision shots on a certain dice roll, meaning you get to choose which character gets hit. So you can specifically hunt characters and sergeants and stuff for guys with a higher leadership characteristic and remove them from the enemy's army, making it easier for you to force the enemy to fail a morale check. And Nemesis Bolters are also on a 5+ rending, meaning that you ignore armor saves as well, meaning that they are very, very capable and effective at destroying sergeants in squads, even if they're wearing artificer armor. So yeah, they are very powerful. And it's what this guy will, in quotes, have. And Monsieur Tuppy, these was the French Imperial Guard. I see the fleur-de-lis. No, it's a Bretonnian shield. And it's for my Imperial Militia, which marches alongside my knights. And also Nemesis bolters have a 72-inch range. Regular bolt gun is only 24 inches. So yeah, Nemesis bolters are ridiculously powerful. Especially if you're playing an Imperial Fist army, as your, the +1 to hit applies to those. Yeah, there are still some FAQ issues. The thing with the Nemesis bolters is that they are relatively limited in the application. Talking of range, I keep meaning to ask. Reactions: if you shoot and your range is greater than a reacting unit, does that mean they can't react? Basically, yeah. Yep, because yeah, it's a shooting tack back. If they aren't within range, they can't hit you. Is there a good way to counter the bolters? Well, again, so the Nemesis bolters, the sniper rifles, are quite limited, so I figured it would be a good idea to just go back through the list of units that can take them. So, a Legion Praetor, so your Chapter Master equivalent, can take one. A Legion Centurion can take one. And yeah, Dreadnoughts are just an effective counter to everything. Dreadnoughts are probably the most overpowered thing this edition. Legion Veteran Squads can take them, although it's a waste of a Legion Veteran Squad. Veteran Squads are designed around melee. But you could take a Nemesis Bolter on your Legion Veteran Squads, which puts it up to 3 units so far. Whereas counting. A Legion Veteran Squad is also an elite choice. So yeah, so far 3 units that can take Nemesis Bolters, and only the characters I'd recommend even considering putting them on. Although at the same time there's other things. You could probably give your characters, especially as they're melee focused again, to make use of them better. Okay, so a Legion Recon Squad and a Legion Scout Squad, both of those units can take Nemesis Bolters, but they are 10 points each per model on top of their basics cost. So a 5-man squad of Legion Reconnaissance, 5-man Legion Reconnaissance Squad would cost you 135 points for 5 guys. In comparison, a Legion Tactical Squad is 100 points and you get 10 guys. A Legion Scout Squad is 20 points cheaper because they get Scout, they have a 4-up armor save, and They also get the infiltrate. Nope. Actually, the only thing they get special is move through cover. It should also be noted that recon squads and scout squads cannot be taken as your only troop choices. They are not allowed to take the compulsory troop choices, so they're limited to you can only have 4 units of them at most, and they are quite expensive. The Seeker squads can also take Nemesis bolt guns. They would actually be a unit which would make better use of the Nemesis bolters, as they are ballistic skill 5, and so your 105 points squad being 155 points doesn't sound too awful for those guys. Now they also get precision shots automatically anyway, so you may not even need the Seeker squad. You won't even need the Nemesis bolter, but if you need that range, then it's a good option there. And I think that actually wraps it up. So yeah, 6 units in the entire army can take them. Only one of them I'd really recommend. Well, 2. The scout squads, so your regular scouts from 40k. Those guys with their sniper rifles are something I'd consider taking, and Seeker squads with them would also be something I'd consider taking. So yeah, very expensive, but can be quite useful in the correct situations, not something you would ever consider spamming. Also remember, your opponent's probably aware of how powerful Nemesis bolters are and will probably try and destroy them quite quickly. There's like me, for example, if I'm aware that my opponent is bringing Nemesis bolters, that unit will die, and very quickly, because the Emperor's Children are one of those legions that relies heavily on their characters. And Aberrant Mind says, so what you're saying, Tuppy, is that I should buy more Dreadnoughts. And as Hamish says, it depends if you want to play more than once, or more than one game against your opponent. And yeah, this is another situation where the Imperial Fists are ridiculously overpowered because, their +1 to hit with their bolt weapons applies to the Nemesis bolters. So a hilariously broken and unfair army to play against right now would be probably the most broken army would be what's it? Is it Iron Gauntlet? The one that allows you to take the Stone Gauntlet. Rite of War that allows you to take the what are they called? Not the Templar Brethren, the other unit. Oh, Phalanx Warders. There we go. Yeah, the Phalanx Warders. The Rite of War that allows you to take Phalanx Wardens, or Warders, or whatever they're called. One that allows you to take those as troop choices also buffs them. You can take Fafnir Rant, they buff themselves, so they got a free up invuln save. And also really strong in close combat, even if they don't charge. And you then line your back walls with Nemesis Bolters, and you take a couple of Dreadnoughts with autocannons. That's it. That's a ridiculously broken, overpowered army. If you really want to add insult to injury, you take a Kratos in its basic configuration as well, because all of its weapons also benefit from the +1 to hit the Imperial Fists have. There you go. If you want to play as if you have no life and you always want to win, you play Imperial Fist and you basically do that. Alternatively, you play Sigismund and the Templar Brethren. You put them all in vehicles, like a Mastodon, for example. You launch out at the enemy because the Templar Brethren Assault Rite of War allows you to get an extra attack when you charge out of a vehicle and into combat. Or Spartans. And yeah, you do that. Charge into the enemy, slaughter them in close combat when they're pretty much helpless and cannot do anything against your vehicles. And then you have your snipers to line the walls behind them and pick off enemy characters, allowing your Templar Brethren to just slaughter them in close combat. How would you kill that list? Flipping the table and hoping you smash as many models as possible. So you're saying is I should spam Dreadnoughts if they're a fist player. Yeah, the only way to really deal with that kind of cheese is to fight back with cheese. No, we're just talking about how the basic Imperial Fists are ridiculously broken. And Lehman Russ, got any tips for making a Dark Angels list? If you want your opponent to play against you after their first game, because Dark Angel is also quite broken as well, I would stick to finding one of their hexagrammons, or whatever they're called, you know, Firewing, Dreadwing, Deathwing, whatever it is, choosing one of those and playing to its strength. Don't play Steel Ring and don't play Deathwing. Or is it Dreadwing? I can't remember which one it is. Iron Wing is basically just vehicle spam, which will either be incredibly not fun for you or incredibly not fun for your opponent. It's the same as bringing a knight army. You can bring an entire knight army, it's just it will either go really well or it will go incredibly poorly, and one of you is not going to have fun. Dreadwing seems to be quite powerful, and so does Deathwing. So I guess Firewing or Ravenwing are probably two of your best options for a theme and a style for your Dark Angels in a way which won't, you know, be too overpowered. And Termi's Dreadnoughts and heavy weapons, yeah. Try not to think too much about spamming Terminators. As Terminators are quite strong, they're quite powerful, not quite overpowered because they do cost a lot, but they are incredibly tough, and it does mean your army will end up being very small if you run a lot of elite units. If you run an army entirely of Terminators because you're using V1s from the Legacies of the Age of Darkness rules, then you do have overpowered units and you are spamming them, and that's not fun to play against. And yeah, Tyrannic Greatswords are quite cool. Although I wouldn't say they're necessarily an auto choose on your units, as they are quite expensive points wise. Thinking about they cost the same as a Power Fist. Are Assault Cannon, Plasma Cannon, and Thunder Hammer focused Hermes OP? How do you mean? No, also, unless they, Unless the Dark Angels specifically get them. Yeah, unless the Dark Angels specifically get them, you won't be able to get the assault cannons on your Terminators. On your regular 40k Terminators, the Indomitus Terminators, they can take assault cannons. But again, they are quite broken, quite overpowered, and they are considered an optional unit, as their rules come from the free PDF. Which, generally speaking, most people tend to agree is probably not something you should run or make use of. And I know a lot of people are going to try and make the joke, but right now I only have access to the Heretics book, so I can't really say if the Dark Angels get it. No Blood Angels and Imperial Fists have access to the autocannon, the assault cannon, and that's limited to like 1 per 5 Marines. Kind of. If you can take the Heavy Flamer, you can take the assault cannon. And my issue with taking heavy weapons on Terminators is you have to think about what their role is. And the thing that you really want your Terminators to be doing is to get into close combat and fight. And if they're locked in combat, they're not able to shoot their big guns. So whilst an autocannon or a plasma cannon is fun, it's not something that you'll necessarily be able to make use of. I don't give a fuck about meta chasing. Yeah, this isn't really about meta chasing, it's just think about it more practically, right? If your Terminators are designed for close combat, because they're just naturally geared towards it, are they necessarily worth giving a big heavy weapon? Because that also reduces the amount of attacks they can have in close combat, as well as for a lot of the time in the game, you're not going to be shooting that big gun you've spent a lot of points on. It's like the Lernian Terminators for the Alpha Legion. It's a really cool gimmick that they get a conversion beamer, but what's the point? If you're using the conversion beamer, you're sat at the back of the board with a unit of Terminators that costs around 250 points. Which seems like a huge waste of money. Well, money and points. Sorry, yeah, no, they're 250 points. And then you take the conversion beam and puts them at 265 points. 265 points for a single conversion beamer seems really silly. And if you're getting close to the enemy, then the conversion beam is useless, so you may as well not take it. So yeah, with the Dark Angels, general advice is just because you can doesn't mean you should. Just because you can spam plasma doesn't mean you should. Just because you can spam a lot of elite units as part of Rights of War doesn't mean you should. And just because you can spam Tyrannic Greatswords doesn't mean you should. With the Dark Angel players, it's really important to understand restraint, because you have a lot of really, really powerful stuff which is up there with the Ultramarine units from the Legacies of the Age of Darkness. And I think that's just heresy in general, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Yeah. Shouldn't you just ask your opponent before playing what your list, here's my list, and then adjust from there? Kind of, but it's at the time, it's like, also if I'm going to rock up to my local hobby store to just play a game, I'm not necessarily going to know who my opponent is and what army they're going to be bringing. At my local store, the kind of like etiquette is to bring a 2,000 point army, and then if someone wants to play a game, you play a game with your 2,000 point armies. So we always try to build like balanced, fair lists. If I'm going to bring my Imperial Knights, then I will announce it before I go to the store, hey, I'm bringing my Imperial Knights, would anyone be interested in playing against them? Hey K9, welcome back. Is obviously the Imperial Knights are not exactly a fair army to go against, and you know, it's again one of those armies where one of you is going to have fun, the other isn't. So with an army like Knights, or an entire tank army, it's polite and correct etiquette to warn your opponent in advance, and just hope that they're good sports. Because obviously if you want to run a tank army because you really like tanks, and I really like tanks, then it's only fair to tell your opponent you're probably going to be bringing a lot of tanks. And then you just have to kind of hope that your opponent is someone who acts in good faith and won't just bring purely anti-tank weapons. And what unit type is a heavy support squad? The clue is in the name, Hex. Unless you have a specific right of war that changes it, they are a heavy support unit. But once I get lots of dreadnoughts, termies, tanks, and regular power armors for 30k, I'll be able to happily adjust my list. Have a great balance of everything I love, from 30k whilst not being too OP or too bad. Oh, and also have fun. And this is another thing as well. Remember, you can always play different games. You don't always need to play the same list every single game. I remember I had opponents like that. If they knew I was playing something where I'd bring a hard counter, yeah. Which is also why it's probably a good idea not to tell your opponent exactly what units you're bringing, unless obviously you're going to spam a certain unit, which most people aren't exactly prepared to counter. Again, I'm pointing at the knights. But yeah, don't get attached. Another rule that I'm going to say for the Horus Heresy is do not get attached to army lists. Do not try and build a singular army list that will work. Try and collect as many units you like, as many ways you'd enjoy running. Well, buy all the units you want. Buy all of them. Have a huge army collection and just bring and then just bring the elements of it. Unless you come to a point level in which you cannot, another good piece of advice I can really give you is try and make sure you have a troop choice for every other unit which isn't a character. So if you have 2 elite choices and 1 fast attack, try and bring 3 troop choices. And again, make sure they're from the actual main book and not the Legacies of the Age of Darkness. If you try and keep that kind of logic in your mind, you're going to naturally end up building a lot more balanced army lists. If Varroc's bring with Stormbird, then every single knight I bring is going to have a Sky Reaper autocannon. But yeah. So for a totally non-specific Horus Heresy Apocalypse game, would a 10-man las cannon squad be a nice have squad in your Forster and People's Day when they bring big stompy boys tanks back? Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good way to deal with them. Still haven't got my timetable, so I don't know if I can make it to Valfest. Well, I really hope you do. It'd be awesome to meet everyone here. So, sorry, Russ says, but yeah, if I'm bringing my Terminator Horde, Dreadnought Horde, Tank Horde, or other army lists that basically spam loads of units I adore, I will let my opponent know that the general type of army I'm bringing. I'll make it clear I play 40k for 3 reasons. To use expensive ass models, I like seeing cool looking armies clash. And 3, I want to see cool armies kill the shit out of each other, ways that aren't one-sided, where both players enjoy it. Well, you can't really do the last thing while spamming Dreadnoughts or Terminators, or tanks really. Bringing tanks is a lot more, well, you're guaranteed to have one person not enjoy a game. If you bring vehicles, whether that's knights or tanks, and you spam those units, then one person in that game is not going to enjoy it, whether that's you, the person bringing the vehicles, or if it's your opponent. And if you're bringing Dreadnought spam or Terminator spam, then there is not really any way to say that you want both players to enjoy it, because your opponent probably isn't unless they are also doing the exact same thing. It's another reason why the Indomitus Terminators and Legacies of the Age of Darkness are so problematic, is because they allow you to bypass the restrictions on the Terminator spam Rite of War, which is the Pride of the Legion Rite of War, which allows you to run Terminators and spam them. You know, it does allow you to do that. However, it comes with a bunch of restrictions. So firstly, a Pride of the Legion, a Rite of War cannot ever be taken as an allied detachment, and a detachment that takes Pride of the Legion may only take a single heavy support and a single fast attack. You cannot take any fortifications. And you must include more infantry units than you do vehicles. That includes your dedicated transports. So by basically taking Pride of the Legion, you are sacrificing the ability to take anything other than Terminators that can kill Terminators, meaning that your opponent could quite easily bring some artillery or vehicles that could quite easily destroy a Terminator-focused army list. You are intentionally sacrificing the ability to counter the things that could easily counter you. Well, only the Iron Hands were the ones that had access. Yeah, in the main book. So in the main book, the only examples of Indomitus Terminator armor are the Gorgons. But in the Legacies of the Age of Darkness, the free PDF with the completely unbalanced rules, you can have regular Terminators as a troop choice. And yeah, it just really ruins it. And even with two, in all fairness, there aren't a lot of... Well, it's a thing. So rules like the Pride of the Legion is meant to represent a force, you know, like Abaddon leading the Justaran Terminators into the battlefield, you know, leading the Pride of the Legion. The artillery, the snipers, the vehicles, they aren't part of the core elite of the army. So the Pride of the Legion Rite of War is designed to help tailor your army to be, you know, the Pride of the Legion, all of the best of the Legion on display, by forcing you to play the Pride of the Legion, even if that does mean you are vulnerable to then being countered. This is all part of the core and natural balance of the Rites of War in the main book, which again is what the Legacies of the Age of Darkness PDF pisses all over. And it's like there is a right of war in here for bringing all tanks. And with the tank army, it's like, yeah, cool. You can bring tanks, your commander can be a predator, and you can bring predators as troop choices. But everything you bring has to be in a tank to begin with, and that's the only way you can deploy them. Hamish says, have a good night all. I'm crashing out for Shatai. I have enjoyed the night build and the rules list discussions. Awesome. Yeah, catch you tomorrow, Hamish. I'm going to bring Indomitus pattern Terminators. It will likely be max 2030. That's a huge amount of Terminators points wise though. That's a very large amount of your army in Terminators, especially Indomitus troop choices. And in all likely it will only be one 10-man squad, and maybe a 5-man squad, or maybe I'll run some of them as other Terminator patterns. So you could make a tank-only army. Have a list. Have some dreadnoughts, termies hiding away in stuff like Mastodon or Spartan. Yeah, you could put termies in a Spartan or a Mastodon. I don't think a dreadnought can go in those vehicles. I might be wrong there. Well, they physically can't fit in. And they definitely wouldn't be able to fit their way through the doors of a Spartan. I'm just seeing if there is anything that says... whether or not they can or not. The thing is, a Dreadnought would have to crawl in and out of a Spartan, so yeah, I'm fairly certain they can't. So a unit has to specifically have the Dreadnought Transport special rule in order to carry a Dreadnought. So the Charybdis Assault Claw has the Dreadnought Transport special rule. A Dreadclaw has the Dreadnought Transport special rule. Eric says, I'll be heading off tonight. See everyone tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, see you around tomorrow. And the Dreadnought drop pod also has the Dreadnought Transport rule. The Mastodon can carry a Mastodon, a Stormbird, Thunderhawk, so yeah, the Mastodon, Stormbird, and Thunderhawk can also carry a Dreadnought, and it counts as taking up 10 slots in those vehicles. Imagine being some unfortunate traitor Solar Auxilia against some Dark Angels, seeing a trio of Spartans roll up on a troop base and start wheeling out 6 Dreadnoughts. So yeah, you can't put them in Spartans. You could put potentially 4 in a Mastodon. Good question. Yes. And for sake of completion, a Doredia also counts. Mastodon, Stormbird, and Thunderhawk. Yeah, Mastodon, Stormbird, Thunderhawk. And right, it is quite late, lads, and I do have to get up in the morning, so thank you for a lovely stream, thank you for your generous support, thank you for all the subscriptions. I'm gonna head off now. Enjoyed the stream, and you haven't already done so, it'd be great if you left me a follow. If you're watching this over on YouTube as a VOD, remember to hit like and subscribe. All of this is recorded live on Twitch, so if you want to hang out with us over on Twitch, you can always do so. The links to Twitch is in the description below. And with that, I'll catch you all tomorrow.